Look at these kids. Shower. Guys, we just made a quick stop in the PM's constituency. We'll be making our way to Clarendon shortly. We are at the Olympic Garden Civic Center.
All right. Later. All right, have to go. All right, bye-bye.
Let's go with you, my boss.
That's fun.
Let's go back in the house.
JLP, me say the king up. From road work to walk, but now ease up, prosperity around. No one place stand up. And during our place, thanks for your support. Everything good here, the money just a flow. Get on you look, bring this in life for. Believe that yourself, people are not poor. The living up, progressive of the show. Everyone have to fix up, only have to blow. Only one room, we do what we can blow.
I'm still going to. Yeah. They're there with. Bless up.
The leader of the great Jamaican Labour Party, the most honorable Dr. Andrew Holness, Jamaican.
I'm for the most side boss, I represent for the most honorable brown guy. You can't catch a speeder. Be leader, yeah. We not buy food, press the bitty. Try violate, but I ring with them. What's the fucking the name to them? Government badness and jewelness. 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 September the 3rd, make sure we know what's party today.
Respect. Respect. Blessings. Love you, grandma. I love you. Blessings. I respect. Blessings, my dear. Love you. Bless up. Respect. Blessings.
Them a begin a bring you like you work and food, them a do a little bit now. The other side, like to that excellent day. After we clean to find the real day, clean radiate attention, them a say, Andrew, show up another party. Show a man never be a doggy. I'm the thing when I do a fake day. Too much you they are road hungry. Step on now.
You know, must represent for the most of the black journalists. You know that, right? I'm journalist, Mr. Them Yama, yo. They got the top, you go with it. Feel by Janda, yeah. We don't bring it to jail, be straight to the top. Can't limit, burn the country, every day and night. We a minute, you go on, and that's how we have to flop. Never mimic, anything we say we have to do. We did it, but the country we are.
Blessings.
Alright guys, just letting you know that no, not yet. We're going to be doing a Zoom interview, so this is what we're doing right now. The radio.
Can you record it there? Alright, let's go then. Yeah, it's a
I'm hearing you amid some noise, but yes, I'm hearing you fine.
Alright, well, thank you so much for taking the time out to join us. Well, getting straight to it then, a major announcement is last night. So everything it's an announcement, but it was also on the number 76 in the manifesto to increase minimum wage.
We're having a little bit of noise here, Giovanni. As you can imagine, we're on the campaign trail. I don't know if you can see, but we're passing a motorcade of vehicles, so it's a little bit noisy. Can you start again?
Okay, no problem. Starting it over. Gio, just start by asking him, you know how he's doing. Yeah, no, I'm saying start by asking him how he's doing. Something on here. Yeah, doing something. Alright, well, thank you so much and welcome to CVM's coverage of Decision 2025. We're joined now by Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness, who is actually on the road on the campaign trail. Prime Minister, firstly, how is it going and where are you right now?
Well, right now I'm on the East-West Highway heading into Clarendon, and it's going very well. We just completed a tour of my wife's constituency, East Rural St. Andrew, which went exceedingly well. And so now we are heading into North Central Clarendon to join Nesta Morgan. We will do a drive-through there, and we will go to a few other places.
The major issue announced last night, it was mentioned in your manifesto number 76 when I read it, to increase the minimum wage gradually over the next term if you should form government. You mentioned that at the next budget it will be moved to 18,500 and then to 32,000 over the next few years.
Yes.
In terms of consultation for this movement of the minimum wage, we have been getting reactions already from some stakeholders saying, they weren't consulted. Was the minimum wage commission consulted before this announcement was made?
We have always made our position absolutely clear that we will increase and adjust the minimum wage as the economy grows and expand. The Jamaica Labour Party has a policy for work, a policy for fair compensation for work, which is why we undertook the compensation review. But more than that, we have a policy towards productivity, and the increase in the minimum wage is a strategy for increasing productivity. You will know that we have, since we have been the government, increased the minimum wage several times. In fact, we have almost tripled the minimum wage, and we have always indicated that we will increase the minimum wage. Yesterday was the first time that we indicated that what our intention is to move to a better system of determining what the wage average minimum should be, which is a living wage. And I believe most Jamaicans would appreciate this. In other words, your wages, what you earn, should reflect what it actually costs you to live. It should reflect at least the minimum needed to give the individual some dignity of existence. And what we have done, since we have been in government for 2 terms, is to increase the minimum wage such that it has had such a massive impact on the reduction of absolute poverty in Jamaica. There are those who I'm certain who would be concerned that it may have an impact on their cost of doing business, the cost of living for their household. But the truth is that since we have increased the minimum wage, almost triple it, there has not really been any impact so much on the cost of living or the cost of doing business. And that is because...
Just to follow up with that, Prime Minister, when we think about households, people who have domestic helpers, for example, who won't necessarily be getting the similar kind of increase in their salaries, what about the concerns about the fallout that may cause, that may lead to some persons losing jobs though?
No, so let's be clear that we study this very carefully. There is no, because, you know, Jamaica is in a different place today, and I want all Jamaicans to appreciate that. We are at full employment, almost. But more than that, we are at a point where we need to attract more labor into the labor force. So there are 50,000 Jamaicans who are unemployed, the majority of whom are unemployed, not because there are no jobs. They are unemployed because they are not skilled. There has to be a recalibration of the incentive to work to bring more Jamaicans into the labor force. Under our administration, 85,000 Jamaicans joined the labor force. And why you think that is? It's because we have increased the incentive to work. So yes, there are those who will have those concerns, but you have to look at the bigger picture of where our economy is going. We need more labor in order to continue the expansion of the labor force. That's just the reality. And the more people who join the labor force, it is the more tax revenues that the government gets, and therefore the government can do more things for the country. Spark program, the solidarity program, water, roads, hospitals. So it's a big plan that we have always had. We are now articulating it more and explaining it to the country. But from our performance before, from our history before, you will see increasing the minimum wage. It's nothing new. It's a part of what we have always done. And very importantly, it's important to reduce income inequality. Now notice our plans. We looked at pensioners as well. And the pensioners really needed a break. They really needed that break that we have given them. So if you are over 65 and you are earning $6 million or less, you will pay no income tax. Now that really does give them that critical, very critical support that they have not had. And what is not said is that because we have done this massive compensation review, where allowances have been rolled into salaries, it now means that people who are now working will have a better pension when they retire. So all in all, our policy of work and fair work and dignified standards of living and the decent work agenda, the Jamaica Labour Party has done the most for that.
One of the things people want to hear immediately, because some people are hearing minimum wage will be doubled from 16 to 32 and think, okay, it's going to happen by the time you win. And I'm sure that's not the case, as you mentioned.
Absolutely not the case.
Next budget.
But Giovanni,
18,500 by the next budget. In terms of moving to 32, what's the timeline we're looking at?
Giovanni, before I answer your question, in 2016, would you ever conceive that the minimum wage would be $16,000? The answer is obviously no. But it happened, and it happened seamlessly because it was done in sync with the growth of the economy, and therefore there was no dislocation. We will continue to do this. So we signal what the new increase in the minimum wage will be at our next budget, and after that we will make another signal and another signal, and the intention, yes, is to move towards doubling the minimum wage.
Okay. The timeline for that, from your perspective, just for clarity, what's the timeline?
Our timeline at the present is to have that done within the next term, possibly at the end of the next term. But, you know, it all depends on the expansion of the economy and how fast the economy expands. But I wanted to point one thing out as well. Now, the adjustment in the minimum wage, like the adjustment in all salaries, are usually focused on the inflationary impact. What is clear over the last 5 years is that this administration has been able to keep inflation stable and low, except for the period of COVID, which was beyond our control. But generally, we have managed to keep inflation within the target range of 4 to 6%. In fact, the last outturn I saw, we were below the target range. So what you will see happen is a genuine, real increase in wages as productivity increases faster than inflation.
All right, Prime Minister, major issue coming out of the leadership debate. You said that being born in Jamaica isn't what necessarily makes you Jamaican. There's been widespread backlash online about.
I don't know about any widespread backlash, Giovanni. Everybody understands what I meant and what I said. There are many Jamaicans, Giovanni.
What did you mean by that?
Oh, I thought it was clear. There are many Jamaicans who are overseas who chose Jamaica. They weren't born here. They have Jamaican parents, they have Jamaican connections, and they come to Jamaica to get their Jamaican passport. They chose to have Jamaican citizenship. Are you saying they are not Jamaicans? You know, we must not, you know, look, we are all people who can reason, and we must be very careful when there are those who want to make political fodder, and we encourage it.
Is it that you misspoke? Do you recontemplate the statement though, in terms of being born in Jamaica does not make it?
No, Giovanni, I was very clear. There are persons who were not born in Jamaica but who chose Jamaica. Is that an incorrect statement? So there, I give you an example. Recently, I toured our consulate in the United States, and it was reported to me that there was a massive surge of persons seeking to get their Jamaican passport. In other words, they were choosing Jamaica. They weren't waiting. They wanted to get their Jamaican passport, and they wanted their children to have Jamaican passports. Those are Jamaicans too. So my statement is an accurate and correct statement. Of course, being born in Jamaica makes you a Jamaican. That's obvious. But there are people who are not born here, but they choose to exercise their right to Jamaican citizenship. That's not an incorrect statement either.
Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness, he's on the campaign trail. As I can see right now, he's actually driving.
Giovanni, and I'm taking the time to address the issues you raised.
Yes, and we'd love to ask you just a couple more questions. We're taking a quick break, though. We'll be right back with Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness here on CVM TV's Decision 2025. Tariffs that he has been implementing. Local businesses have said that they've been hurt by
Giovanni, I'm not hearing you well. Could you speak up a little bit louder, please?
Are you hearing me now, Prime Minister?
Just a little better. Go ahead.
Okay. Decision 2025. We're speaking with Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness. He's currently on the campaign trail, so forgive us if you hear his audio or video in and out. We just got the interview and we decided that we have to run with it given these circumstances. You mentioned Jamaicans in the United States and other parts of the world right now going to the consulate to try and get their passports to return to Jamaica and exercise their franchise, and also choosing Jamaica Prime Minister. But as I mentioned, the United States, a lot of local business.
Oh, Giovanni, I lost you right there. The reception just went.
Here,
Giovanni, could you repeat the question? We lost your a bit, your audio.
So I'm saying, so a lot of businesses, local businesses are already complaining that they're already seeing an impact with President Trump's tariffs. And against that background, I'm saying, should you form the next government, what if anything will you?
I'm not sure if you can hear me, Giovanni. I'm going to interpret your question about what we would do because of any potential fallout from the are taking place globally. First of all, Jamaica maintains through CARICOM a very well established negotiation mechanism, and that has worked very well. And we continue to negotiate with the U.S. Trade Representative, and I believe we have been fairly successful in that, in getting certain measures and certain actions to be revised or delayed, and where there are matters pending, we continue to engage. So the Jamaican public can be assured that our government is very much keyed in, and we have always maintained that Jamaica must have a place at the negotiating table, and that's why we have managed to do fairly well in this very disruptive and new global environment that we are experiencing.
Prime Minister, a question I wanted to put to you at the debate, what time did the permit? You mentioned he's autistic. She complains about the struggles to find good schooling.
Yeah,
get him into school. People to school. So
I totally understand what she's going through. I have had so many parents come to me about their children who are autistic or somewhere on the spectrum or other learning disabilities. And the schools have also come to me to say they would love to be able to help, but they just don't have the resources to help. So the first step that we have to do is to increase the number of diagnostic centers that we have. We have 2. We really need to have 1 in every parish. We are committing to do 1 in every educational region. I believe there are 7 regions now. So we will expand to 7. And the reason why we're starting with the diagnostic is that we really need to understand how to curate care for the child, because it's not a one-size-fits-all kind of treatment and care for the child. So diagnostic is absolutely important. Secondly, we will continue to support and indeed increase the support for shadows, and we have also continue to maintain the payment of fees for children who actually get accepted into schools. The second step is to actually build specific schools for such children and to increase the intake for schools that have the capacity. Now, those are things that we will have to discuss further with the technical experts, because there are divergent views as to whether or not we should treat these children separately or have them integrated into the schools. I personally feel the integration is what we should go to, but then that's not always possible, particularly if there are physical disabilities and severe learning disabilities. So the diagnostic, I think, is step number 1, and that will help a number of parents. And then the support to the household for parents who are not able to work because they have to stay and care for their children. So those children, we have said, will have them placed on the PATH program with full support and subsidy.
The number 79 in the manifesto advancing reparatory justice, the last line speaks about the protection of children's rights, Rastafari, children's rights in school. Today is the first day of back to school. We've seen over the years quite often more than we'd like to want to happen. Students, Rastafari, children with dreadlocks being sent home because of the hairstyles. What, if anything, will you be doing about this, given what you've mentioned here in your manifesto?
Well, let's be clear. Our government has been absolutely clear that no child should be deprived of their right to education because of a hairstyle. What we have insisted upon is proper grooming, and not to deprive a child by virtue of how they choose to wear their hair. So certainly if there are concerns about the school rules about grooming and personal hygiene and so forth, that, you know, those are standard things which are established in the school rules. But if you go outside of that, then in my opinion it amounts to a kind of discrimination.
Yeah, two more points from the manifesto I'd like to touch on.
Giovanni, I must cut you away. As you hear the sirens and so forth, we are almost at our destination, and it's going to become very noisy and difficult. But let's see how far we can go.
Well, since you're close out of time, I should ask you. Can't let you go without asking you. Should you, if you lose the election come Wednesday, will you be stepping down as party leader?
Well, you know, listen, I've said, when you're in this business, you prepare to win and you prepare to lose. It's the nature of politics. But I always go into every endeavor with a very positive outlook on life. That has always been me. I'm a positive thinker. And all the science, all the research that we have done, but more importantly, all the work that we have done points to a victory for the Jamaica Labour Party. And that is, in my mind, without question. Thank you, Giovanni.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister. We appreciate the time. That's Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness there, giving us a few minutes of his time while he's on the campaign trail. Thank you for making it CVM TV for Decision 2025 as we continue to cover this general election wall to wall across the country.
Thank you, Ricardo. I'm gonna hire you to the team.
No, we can't do no more. We can't do no more.
Jamaica tour. What PM, what Jamaica you have party? You want to win this team in the scheme, no? No, hey. I'll take sure you walk before one PM. That's what me I say. Make sure you walk before 1 PM. Alright. You really like. You want to win this team, you know? Oh, you want to win this team, pull up on us, you know? Show the other rights! Show the other rights! Show us a blessing, the other rights! Let's see that.
Oh, we mean flew off? It flew off? Yes. Does it have the magnet attached? Oh, never mind. Well, actually, yes.
Bless up. My respect. You're my daddy. Oh! Lawrence, Rockwell, you don't remember your phone? Yeah.
It flew off.
Love you. All right, I'm going to do that. All right, that's it.
Guess what? The future together. Stay true to the world.
We're too finished, just apologize.
And so we pledge our hearts to uphold our path. We've been going strong and we're just getting started. Our leadership will stand through the rightful path. The greener grass is here, the better choice is clear. Choose Jamaica for better communities. Choose Jamaica for our prosperity. Choose Jamaica, this is what it really means. Choose Jamaica, choose Jamaica. Yes, we will see the fruit of the labor. We are getting down like no later. He is a leader, real and competent, and you always deserve your confidence. Yes, we will see the fruit of the labor. We are getting down like no later. Prosperity for you and me. Choose Jamaica, choose Jamaica for better communities. Choose Jamaica for our prosperity. Choose Jamaica, this is what it really means. Choose Jamaica, choose Jamaica.
Are you happy with that?
JLP cares for Jamaica. Come on, yeah. I want everyone who loves me, Jamaica, to stand and show our national pride. Out of many young people, still so much love. You see, our government is doing what's right. We care for roads and community, we building integrity. We care for your families. Come on and do your part. Vote for the best. Vote for Jamaica Labour Party. Straight from your heart. Vote for the best. Let's go to a future of prosperity. We care for safety and we care for job creation. Crime, boosting education. We will succeed if we work hand in hand with Holness, uniting this nation. So we can for the future, uniting and cleaner communities. No, we can. Come on and do your part. Vote for the best. Vote for Jamaica Labour Party. Straight from your heart. Vote for the best. Let's go to a future of prosperity with JLP. Jamaica, all the youths them 18 and over. Middle-aged and all of the elders. Come and go and just leave us. Representing the whole of Jamaica. Somebody bell ring, give your finger. Let JLP brighten the future. Rescue that country from leaders so greedy. JLP has brought the change.
God bless you, God. God send you.
Look at Jamaica. Our beauty spreads across every single acre. As a people, we are so loving the nation. We have so much of which to be proud. We love our nation. From the youth to elderly, we are proud Jamaica. We unite in victory or tribulation. See, when I say there's no stopping us now, no stopping us now. Cause we are the leader, connected to Jamaica. We are integrity and there's no life for the river. And put the JLP in our future. Jamaica will prosper.
This is the voice of the Jamaica Labour Party. Inside their community this evening, passing through. It's the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Dr. Mapen and Jamaica Holness. Member of Parliament for Western Kingston, the Honourable Desmond Mackenzie.
And Mr. Morgan sits clear.
Voice of the Jamaica Labour Party. Passing Kingston, the Honourable Desmond Mackenzie, the Member of Parliament.
Blessings. Good to see you.
And freedom as they pass through.
Aye.
This is the voice of the Jamaica Labour Party. Passing through this evening, it's the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Dr. the Most Honourable and Jamaica Holness.
There's a verb.
I respect.
Guys, we're presently in North Central Clarendon with the MP candidate Robert Nesta Morgan. Guys, we got here, but we stopped here to begin the tour, but where we're touring is North Central. Yes, folks, the MP in front of me is Robert Nesta Morgan. There he is.
Inside your community this evening, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Dr. the Most Honorable unwine Holness, Member of Parliament Minister of Kingdom, the all MPs, the Member of Parliament, the Honorable Robert Nesta Morgan, come out, and greet them as they pass through.
My respect, blessed. My respect, blessed. blessings, blessings, blessings. Blessings, blessings, blessings.
We're in North Central touring with MP Robert Nestor.
Good evening to you all. Inside your community right now.
Yes, guys, we will be in Delroy Williams' constituency today.
Blessings, 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 blessings. Who are you, my dear?
MP yet, you know. Me don't know me MP
See
yet.
right here, so. See there. Nesta. Nesta.
Okay, so this older gentleman is showing the Prime Minister something. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important that we have the complete information. This MP is actually not the MP for this area. We are passing through, and it just so happens that based on how people move in this area, some of his constituents live in this area, but his constituency boundary is not this area. So she would not know him necessarily because he is actually not her representative. And guys, as much as we try to share everything, we can't just have the mic going all the time. That's just not possible. Oh, or something. All right, so the gentleman has brought the Prime Minister over to his house. And you heard what the lady said? She said she's a Labourite. And that is the thing about Labourite, is that when they're disgruntled, they're gonna let you know. All of you on this live, if you are disgruntled with your representative, although you may be a Labourite, you're gonna say it. You're not yes men and women. So when you hear even the Labourite people expressing their disgruntlement and disappointment, that is also part of the process. You know, it's part of campaigning. Yeah, you know, it's like when you have a sibling, right? You will beat them up and trouble them and do all kind of things, but make nobody outside come cuss them. You end up cuss them, you know. But when it's you, it's like when you say it's family business. Make me cuss my family. You not come cuss my family.
Okay, that is good then. That is good then. Don't worry about them. Don't worry about them. Anything, no. You understand? You see the bus?
Oh yes, I said I was gonna go through the itinerary for the day, and we started a little late. We also had some issues with the rain. But I'm going to share with you the areas that we'll be going to. So we're doing North Central Clarendon, and where we are now is where we met, which is Osborne Store. Then we're going to go to Darlow, Bagatelle to Amity Hall, Green Park, Stewarton, Belmont, Cedars, Beckford Crawl, and then we'll go to Thompson Town. And then we're going to go to Northwest Clarendon, and we're going to meet at Thompson Town and head to Victoria, Bloomwell, Sunbury, Fairview, Coffee Peace, Copperwood, Leicesterfield, Nine Turns, Frankfield, Grantham, Morant, Lodgy Green, Sanguinetti, White Shop, Spalding, Zinc Shop, Bailiston, Alston, and then we'll come down into Central Clarendon. Yes, it is a lot of place, and you look at her face. Look how she's sweet. She just wants to talk to her Prime Minister.
No, I'm not
See?
in Robert Chin's area.
Area now.
Robert Chin shop at Park.
Yeah, so Robert Chin is running again.
No.
See, she not sure.
The one gentleman who comes here, one gentleman come here and say in that section, Robert Chin, get up, sir. I am up. Come down to Roxbury.
Robert Morgan.
Robert Morgan.
Sometimes our seniors just want to meet their representatives and express their grouses and their grievances. Like, look, granddaddy, when we just came, me say a BNS, you know, the man say, me a labor right now, I would talk up the things them, you know, and hear him there now. And then the PM go over to him house and see him there now, cool as cucumber. I don't think I saw Crooked River on the list, guys. There he goes. He say, alright, take care. Sometimes a lot of our problems, a simple conversation can solve it.
Yeah, man, so we start out.
I'm not aware of us going to St. Anne, guys. By the way, I don't know if it's just that we have a lot of persons from Clarendon who are tuned into the live today, or if it is that because today is the last full day of campaigning. But we have 4.6k viewers. I hope you guys will stick and stay with us throughout the entire tour, which will take us late into the night, I'm pretty sure, because of the number of places that we have to go to. And I noticed that some persons are asking about specific places. Unfortunately, there will be places that we're not able to stop just by the nature of things and the timeline. We won't be able to fit everything in. And that is why we take you along, you know, that even if you're not here, you kind of still get a front row seat to what's happening on the campaign. So please accept my apologies, even though this is not down to my planning, but I have to face the heat from you guys. Yes, guys, I'm from Clarendon. And no, so no, for focus. Only for focus, okay? This is a political tour, not a Kimberly tour, okay? Focus.
Yeah, so we have to use the touch and go. All right. Bless up. How are you, my dear? Blessings.
Not this side of Motorcade. Guys, my ears cleaning out, I hear everything. That's why when I say I'm muting, I can't quarrel.
It is my pleasure to welcome the best Prime Minister Jamaica ever had the people of Mapen and Darlow can be proud that you have an MP working for you. You have a government working for you. You have a Prime Minister working for you. And when you put all of that together, we are doing more for you. It has not always been easy. But I want to say to the Rockstone laborers of Mapen have always stood behind the Jamaica Labour Party. And they have always continued to support the Jamaica Labour Party. Not because we're entitled to their support, Prime Minister, but because we continue to humbly toil as their servants and give them the benefits that the government has bestowed for them. It's time to look to the left. We just finished renovating the Darlow Health Center. Renovating the Darlow Health Center. If you look further down the road, a road that was never fixed properly in its history, a road that it was only red dirt that the people had to walk on. Taxi driver never wanted to go around there. To be able to do things like that, to impact people's lives, to make their lives better. Our job as politicians is only to make people's lives better, Prime Minister, and I'm happy to say that the people of Mapen's lives are better because of your leadership and the Jamaican Labour Party. For coming here today to address the people, and I want to say to the people, I am always with you, I will never leave you, I am always your servant to assist you in whatever you need. All of you have my number, you don't know everything about me, you don't know my heart, you don't know my soul, you don't know that I'm dedicated to my
Holness and hard-working MP is Robert Nesta Morgan, my brother from another mother. You heard from your member of parliament a while ago.
that was just a synopsis of his report card, because that is what our standard bearers here in the Jamaica Labour Party are about. They're about serving you, they are about representing you, and when we are elected to serve you, we can come back with our report card. They're about achievement and improving your life, labor rights. So just to be clear, this Wednesday will make 18 years since the great comeback in Jamaica commenced. In September 2007, Jamaica said tata to them one over there. So because over these past 18 years, we have done hard work, and of course the PNP were a part of it. They ran a leg in the relay. But it has taken these past 18 years to undo the damage that was done in the previous 18 years, and that is serious business, labor rights. And so, it is our great pleasure to be here with you in North Central Clarendon and to indicate to you, without holding it up because the Prime Minister is here and we have other obligations to get on to. You are predominantly a farming community, and your government has attended to and rehabilitated over 700 farm roads across the island, including farm roads here in North Central Clarendon. Hand the microphone to your member of parliament who is chairing this quick spot meeting. Labor rights, you would have heard on many occasions the Prime Minister making the point that there are some challenges that have confronted Jamaica. Many persons would have considered those challenges difficult to overcome and difficult to address. But your hard-working and diligent Jamaica Labour Party government has been doing precisely that. So in terms of crime fighting, in terms of unemployment, in terms of poverty, in terms of pension reform and others, we have been delivering that. But I want to say something that is of particular relevance to you here in North Central Clarendon. Labor rights, we, as you can imagine, have had the challenge of the 2-foot post here in Jamaica. Many of you are diligent, industrious, and hard-working farmers. You would till the soil, you rear your little animal, whether it's a goat or your cow, and you know that is how you provide for yourself and your family. But from time to time, you will have some people coming to reap what they did not sow. And that is why we are delighted as a government to not only have amended the Pre-Disaster Act basically to make it tougher in terms of penalties for the 2-foot post them, but we are ensuring labor rights that we provide support to the constabulary by way of a special division to treat specifically with the issue of farm theft. For many years, this has been a vexing issue. Others, labor rights, have only talked about it, but this Andrew Michael Holness led government is doing something about it. And so you will have a number of what is called agricultural wardens deployed across Jamaica in service to you, because Andrew Holness is a performer, a man who delivers, a man who can stand in front of you like your member of parliament and indicate his report card. And so, labor rights, we urge you, we are winding down now, we're not too far now. On Wednesday, September 3, make sure you come out with your good neighbor and put your X beside the name of
your member of parliament, the 2 Morgans. But today, I'm distinctly pleased to be in Moko, because some time ago, one of our family members, you know what, that does not entitle him to the position to which he
aspires once more as your member of parliament. Ultimately, what will give him a claim on the position is his performance. What he does to make your life better off. This man here is a good representative. He does not go to Parliament to warm the benches there. He is like a constant pest in my ears. Asking Prime Minister the water down a Rock River before he became Minister with responsibility for works. Almost every day he would call me or write to me about a road. Now he never call me because he's a minister now, so he can sort out the thing. And I have been very pleased in his performance as a member of parliament. And I elevated him. He was a minister of information. And now he is the minister without portfolio in one of my ministries. And he is responsible for works, the Spark program in particular. And the execution and administration of the Spark program is essentially Robert's responsibility, and he has done a very good job in bringing that program to fruition. You notice that when we do programs like these, no problem, no scandal, all you see is just the thing being done. And in your constituency, we are doing 660 roads under the Spark program. In your constituency, I know that you've done about 4 already, if not more. Stuart and I gather has been finished. So I ask you to return Robert Nesta Morgan as your member of parliament in North Central. To thank the people of Mapen for your loyal support. I understand the politics here. The politics here is deep, personal, is like family connection. I understand that. I do deeply understand, and more than that, I respect it. But I ask you to give Robert, a good man, a hard worker, supporting Robert is also putting the X beside my name as well. So it's not just his name on the ballot, my name is on the ballot. The Jamaica Labour Party is on the ballot. Allow me to take a few minutes to address a few national issues. Last night you would have heard me make an announcement. It's really 2 announcements in one. One is that Jamaica is going to move towards what is called a living wage. And secondly, we're going to increase the minimum wage from 16,000 that it is now to, what was it, 18,500 in our next budget. Now, for some people, it sounds like a big thing. And others may be a little bit concerned. Why? How me I go pay me helper? How me I go pay me gardener? But helpers and gardeners are very happy.
Yes, sir.
Bartenders and people who work close to the minimum wage level, they are very happy. People who work as cashiers,
and merchandisers and security guards. They are very happy. But let me say this to you. Our government has never, my government, that I administer on your behalf, we have never done anything that amounts to an unfair redistribution in the society. We don't believe in taking from one set and giving it to the next set. Redistribution is a PNP thing. What we believe in is growing the pie so that everybody gets a bigger slice.
Yes, sir.
In 2016, when we took over the government, the minimum wage was 6,200. And I want you to think back to 2016. And if you were in 2016 today, would you believe if I told you then business closed down because minimum wages are only? Why? Because we run the economy so that it induces, it causes to happen. The problem in Jamaica today is that the economy is expanding faster than we provide labor to the economy. You see that problem? So you have people saying, I want workers. But you have another problem where workers are saying, I don't want to work. That is the problem. Has brought in 85,000 new people into the labor force. And you know how that happened? Because we have gradually increased the minimum wage. And therefore people say it makes sense for me to work. Think about it. If you are at home taking care of your baby, because we used to sit out on the roadside and all of that, but then it don't make sense to work as getting any reward. Now, we have to do this in a way that we don't place an unfair burden on business people and on people who are earning middle income. No. So you do it in a way that as you increase the income of the country, which we have been doing, we also increase the income of those at the back, and then we pull more people into the labor force. We discuss us enough, and then said that we increase taxes. And you know that's a lie. Because from we have been in the government, we have never given you any new tax to pay. But then see the tax revenue increase, and then wonder how the tax revenue increase and we don't put on any new taxes. You know how the tax revenue increase? Because we have created 280,000 new jobs. And those new persons pay taxes. So the tax is increased. And it is from the that, yes, rainfall from the sky. But for you to get potable water, you can drink and cook with that baby, it costs money. And for decades, the government of Jamaica simply never had the money. And that is why so many communities, almost 900,000 Jamaicans.
Alright guys, I hope you can hear from here.
What has changed? Finally, people of Jamaica, finally, you have a government that runs the economy well, that generates the revenues, and now is the time for us to take those revenues and invest it in the public goods and services, the road, your water, your clinic, your schools, that make your quality of life better.
Okay guys, I'm glad because I was a little hot here, so in the crowd.
Turn on the pipe where we did a lift station, run some pipes, and we brought water to about 100 or so households in this area. Since then, you remember our parliament has advised me that he has extended the line to the which is right here. And in a few weeks' time, he will be able to turn on the tap and water will be in this community. He has also advised me that a massive investment is being made in our reservoir. Where is that?
So remember in April I announced that we're going to do a project to continue the water down to Darlow. So if you will see water commission around the community from time to time, we are putting 2,500 gallon taps up in Eden. And we are running a pipe down here, they are connecting it so that you can get water. But also it improves the pumping station down at Ocean so that it can pump the water up to East. Finally, the people of Darlow water again. And then after that,
to your needs, nobody's paying any attention. It's a road that while you see it, I understand. But those things are one thing. Because in our third term, the emphasis, the focus will be on moving the prosperity from the highway to your
Just the last
drive.
one? Just the bottom one?
That is the focus. And I know you see, when you leave here and you hit the east-west highway and you into Kingston and you see all the big buildings going up and the lovely roads and the big up. That's one form of prosperity. Now we have to bring the prosperity into your community, into your doorstep. And that is what this government will. And you can have confidence when we tell you it is going to be done. Why? As I said, a lot of you here never believe the minimum wage could see down. None of you here believe that we could have cut the murder rate in half. None of you believe that. In 2016, if I stood up here and I told you, we're going to cut the murder rate in half, only there you don't believe. See the murder rate cut in half. So when I tell you,
I might have had a conversation
we're going to come and hit the road,
to say maybe
and
people
we're
have
going to
those
provide you with the water. It might sound like a
Does it
big
sound
thing,
familiar?
but
Like,
it's all
like I
good
said last night?
based upon how this administration.
So that's what I'm saying. That should have been your frame of mind.
So people are going to bear with me. Re-elect your member of parliament in the third term. In the third term. Those of you who are pensioners, I see a few senior people here. If you are earning over $6 million and you're 65 years and older, you're not paying the tax on the income that you have.
Alright guys, so we are in Darlow and the MP mentioned that they renovated the Darlow Health Center and that is it right there. It does look newly renovated to me, although it doesn't appear to be open at this time. Well, it looks like the nurses are leaving, I can see. But imagine living in a community where if something is wrong with you, you can just run to the nearest health center. I think that is what we aspire to do. But anyways, keep listening to the Prime Minister.
Concern to you. We are going to repair all of them. But better than that, we're going to put them on a maintenance schedule. So when a crack happens, or a little break happens, before it turns into a pattern and a lancet, we maintain it so your road lasts longer. And as I've always said, I want every Jamaican to go in their bathroom, turn on the tap, and shower. God bless you. Love you.
You get armband already? Eh? So you're not sure to say armband? I can't show that. Two armband? Eh? You know, just come to say I'm enough armband. I don't want more. No more, I don't have any more. True, that is medium, but look there. I'm trying to get a van. Eh? No more. Huh? Armband? Listen. Did somebody say we're not going to back for call again? Okay. We don't have any shirts.
Then no more Gandhi.
No more shirts. No more shirts.
Announcement granted. Excuse me, no pagan. Announcement granted. Announcement granted. Excuse me, no excuse me, no pagan. Now this is a future for our country. But many wishes are not been granted. Environmental development, sustainability, and security. Excuse me, no pagan.
Blessings. My respect, sir. Blessings. How are you, my dear? Blessings. Good to see you. Blessings. Local water system, where we just pass it, but that's what you call a micro dam. So it has a catchment area. So when rain falls, blessings, my respect, blessings, it channels the water into a reservoir. Blessings, respect, bless up. Now, many of those local systems are clearly not not of sufficient capacity to supply communities like these, and many of them are dependent on gravity fields. So We can build more of these, but we have to improve the technology. And for rural communities that are not connected to the utility, solutions like those become an option which we will have to do.
Alright guys, I trust you heard that the Prime Minister was explaining how they are innovating to bring water to communities, for example through the construction of micro dams, and he was pointing to one a while ago as a solution to the water challenges in rural communities.
We can't do all of them, but we'll do a few. Come. Blessings, come, quick. Big man. Have it? Big up, mommy. Big up. Alright, so we have to put it. Blessing.
Alright, shower.
Blessing.
You pick on that day. They get picture.
Blessings.
Alright guys, we're in Packets Hill.
Blessings.
One of the signature characteristics of Moko is that it has mostly red dirt, if not all red dirt. That was one of the things I remembered about Moko growing up.
Bless up, bless up, bless up. We tried to have Bless up, respect. Hello, my dear. How are you, my dear? Here I am. My respect, blessings. All right, let's Respect, listen. But the water is NWC. NWC water. Right, so that's utility. Right. And then you got the transport to give some big some. Yeah. So the next one is going to be another reservoir. Excellent. So the member of parliament was explaining what they have to do to bring the water utility here because it's very hilly area. So what this is a storage system. So they pump the water here in the mornings and then gravity feed it in the evenings and then replenish again in the mornings. That avoids the use of excessive pumping in the system. Doesn't sometimes blessings. How are you, my dear? Blessings. Station. So they have to find So this is one form of the kind of Blessed. Big up. Blessed. Bless up, man. Bless up. Yeah, I see it. That's what we want to replace with more sustainable. But because of just the resources, the green water, blessed. Bless up. Blessed.
my God.
Bless you.
Jesus!
Thank you, my dear. Bless you. Bless you. Bless you. Turn. My dear, blessings. My respects, my dear, blessings.
This evening I bring the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Captain Most Honorable, on Jamaica Holness. The Honorable Esther Morgan, Member of Parliament, President Dixon.
See me, mother, take your time, me can't walk.
Take your time.
Night down there, my boss. Hold down, my boss. I third job. We said no, none less than the third, my boss. Big up yourself, my boss.
Big up. Blessings.
No. Oh, look, guys, we're entering on a spark road.
Another spark road.
Prosperity for you and me. Choose Jamaica, choose Jamaica for better communities. Choose Jamaica for our prosperity.
I'm sexual right now to Prime Minister of Jamaica. Dr. the most honorable Jamaican Holness. Member for the most Dixon.
What is her name?
Asia.
Hi, Asia.
Hello.
Hi.
That's their
High
mother
five.
and great granddaughter.
Really?
I am his granddaughter.
Big up my pearl in England.
Help her up.
Big up all the foreigner them.
All right.
Smile.
You pay
All right, come. Good far. All right. You can manage that? I'm holding our hands. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Bless you.
Fully load. Fully load.
It makes the community look, you know, just so much better. It makes the people feel as if, you know, the government cares about. It makes the community look, you know, just so much better. Listen, to all the roads that have been neglected for decades, it will take time, of course. You know, you can't do this all at once. But what I am proud of is that we have put in place a system for it to be done. Because before, there was no system to do this to local and parochial roads. Blessings, blessings. Oh Lord, oh Lord. There was no system to do this to local and parochial roads. Blessings, blessings. Oh Lord, oh Lord.
Boss, I love my boss. I love my boss. Glad to see you. First time I see my boss. 1, 2, 3. First time.
1, 2, 3. All right, my dear.
Hey, doctor.
Blessings.
I'm so Holness. Holness.
Destructive element for roads would be the water, and because it's so hilly, you will find you have a rush of water, and that rush of water, blessings, will compromise the surface. And so it's important that the road has what they call a camber, which is a curvature to it, and in this case a tilt to a particular side, and that water is channeled off the road and into a drain, which then takes the water away from the road, which is a curvature to it, and in this case a tilt to a particular side. And just having the drain, blessings, will preserve the life of the road for many, many more years. Blessings, my dear, blessings.
Blue shirts.
Prime Minister nothing and was her, me love him more than you. No, me not big office. Me a push for me and I'm going to face you. What you push me down? What you have
I didn't check. I think the person in the wheelchair here, he's trying to I don't have a lot. One left. One, literally one. Literally the last one. I just gave her the last one. I just gave her the last one. I just gave her the last one. But do you want some armband?
Yeah. Chopper with love shirt. I love a chopper with love shirt. I don't get no shirt. No shirt. No shirt.
Blessings, 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 blessings. My respects, blessings, blessings.
We are in fact heading to Beckford Crawl, and we are in North Central Clarendon, visited by MP candidate Robert Nesta Morgan. I don't know who Fully Active is, but if that is one place we're definitely gonna go, it's Beckford Hall for sure. Absolutely, positively. No guys, we are touring Clarendon only today. No other parish today.
My respects, gentlemen. Blessings, blessings. Hey! Oh, what is the little one? Bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up. Bless up. My respects are blessings, blessings, blessings. Blessings, my dear. Respect, respect. blessings, blessings. My respects, blessings, blessings.
Take us out to Lennon High School.
Blessings, good to see you. Blessings,
And guys, this is Lennon High School.
my respect. My dear, blessings. All right.
Heading up into Thompson and then through Blackwoods down to Bedford Hall. can look at it. Oh, what time do you need to air it?
That's it.
Okay. Yeah.
Bless it. Bless up. My respects, bless it. All right, bless it. My respects, bless it.
All right, guys, if you're familiar with this area, you know that we could either go that way to the Thompson Town Square or go down this road, which they call School Road, past the Thompson Town High School, which is like a shortcut to get you to Blackwoods, and then down into Bedford Crawl.
Blessings. Blessings. Bless up.
Proceedings, announcement by the Jamaica Labor Party.
Blessings.
Yeah. Alright.
Blessings. Bless up.
To the right now, it's the Prime Minister of Jamaica. It's Prime Minister of Jamaica.
big up. Blessings. Totally appreciate it. Blessings. My respect, blessings. Blessed, sir. Blessed. Hold on. The grandma come here. Hold on. The big one grandma hand come in. Grandma, you big.
Yeah, 1687. Give me a shot. Yeah, 1687. Give me a shot.
All right. Blessings.
All right, Abby, we're coming. We're in the square. Okay, all right, coming. Oh shoot!
Blessings. Oh Lord, blessings.
Oh my God! Guys, do not comment, okay? You never saw that? Don't comment. Oh my days. King make it good that they missed it. That's good.
Respect, sir. All right. Blessed. Belt.
gonna take us down into the Crystal Square. Look at my little town. Oh my god! Oh my guys, I also come from. If I ever did wonder, this is my town.
Check, one. Check.
Who you voting for? Labour. Who you voting for? Labour. Who you voting for? Labour. Who you voting for? Vote for the Labour Party. Hold on, we must save our country. Vote on to the Labour Party. Hold on for our posterity. Who you voting for? Labour. Who you voting for? Labour. Who you voting for? Labour. Who you voting for? Vote for the Labour Party. Hold on, we must save our country. Who you voting for? Labour. Who you voting for? Labour. Who you voting for? Labour. Who you voting for? Vote for the Labour Party. Hold on, we must save our country.
So much respect for us that he took the time to come and greet us here in Bedford, Clarendon, Blackwood. Prime Minister, we're doing a lot of work in this constituency. This road that we're standing on, Prime Minister, is slated to be a spark road. It's going to stretch from Summerfield to Thompson Town. The people of many sections of Bedford, Clarendon, Blackwood have not had water for many years. And under the Spark program, a pipe will be run from all the way in Thompson Town to Summerfield. So finally, the people of Bedford, Rosehill, Summerfield, all of the road communities along this road will have water. Prime Minister, we're fixing the roads, we're fixing the communities, but we're also helping community members. Everyone knows here the contribution that the government has made to the education of their children when they come to the office and they ask for the back to school grants, and we turn no one away. Everyone has been assisted. The Prime Minister, I want to thank you for coming here. The people are happy to see you. It's late, we have to go up the road. But Marlon, they bring my cousin from St. Elizabeth. They come from Manchester roots. If it's from St. Elizabeth root, every Morgan and Morgan, Marlon Morgan.
Thank you, MP. Labour rights of Bedford Crawl. We love how you stand up tall. And you know, the prosperity now stall. In fact, we bring it come right on the foot with the Prime Minister. Labour rights, as we made our way from Moko to this, the Chaplain Division, Bedford Crawl to be exact, we recognize the importance. Our journey underscores the importance of a rural school bus system. As I passed the Lennon High School, my mind was taken back, Labour rights, to the tragedy that struck in December of last year. You'll recall that incident with a robot taxi operator and basically school children whose life came to an untimely end. And the government drew a line in the sand and said they will not allow another September morning to catch us not having a dedicated school bus system for our children. And we are proud that come next Monday, Labour rights, the wonderful school bus system will roll out as undertaken by the government. And let me be clear, we're not holding it up, it's just a quick whistle stop, literally. We recognize the importance of providing transportation, particularly here in rural Jamaica. And so our taxi operators have an important role to play as well. They help to commute or bring people from one point to another as people make their way to work, or to school. And we want the taxi operators to recognize that we salute them, we applaud their effort, and we want persons who may be operating in that profession or in that field to do the right thing and operate responsibly so that we can take people from point A to point B and do it safely, labor rights. As I wind down, you have some people who are run up and down the I talk about respect. Alright. Well, you don't know, we have Mapen back up. So the thing is up and running. So labor rights, there are some folks going around the place talking about them are going to ease off the pressure and rescue Jamaica. When you hear them say that, turn to them and ask them, rescue Jamaica from what? Make no mistake, labor rights. These past 18 years have been used to fix Jamaica from the previous 18 and a half years of destruction. If you count from September 3, 2007, when the Bruce Golding administration won that famous election, you will realize that this Wednesday will take us to exactly 18 years from that point. So it has literally taken Jamaica 18 years to correct and fix the problems from the previous 18 and a half years. And Jamaica is at an inflection point now. We are at a point now where, having done some very heavy lifting and some important work these past 2 terms, you have to hold on to your member of parliament here in North Central Clarendon, hold on to the Jamaica Labour Party, and ensure that in a 3rd term we achieve and attain the aspirations that all of us have for this great country of ours. Alright, so as I said, labor rights, this is a quick stop. We implore you to come out on Wednesday and put your X beside the bell and ensure that Robert Nestor Morgan is returned as your hard-working member of parliament here in North Central Clarendon Labour Rights. One love, Labour Rights.
Thank you very much, Senator Morgan, who has come to endorse his namesake, your member of parliament to be returned, Robert Nestor Morgan. Now, I want to thank the people of Bedford Crawl and Blackwoods for your loyalty and for your support for the Jamaica Labour Party over these many decades. Not because we know that you will never switch on us, means that we take you for granted. I know that some of you are of the view sometimes that because you think say we die hard, we do not compare with our mind. I know it is in the back of your mind sometimes. But I want you to know that you are always, always in my heart and in my mind. I am always thinking of you, the people. Our 3rd term will be focused on addressing the things that are of concern to you. Your road, your water. For some people, you have some housing issues. For some people, street light. For some people, jobs. All of those things are on my list of things to do for you. And we're not waiting for the 3rd term to do it. My friends and family here in Blackwoods and Beckford Crown. We have started your road. You can see that some repairs have been done under the REACH program. We will come with another REACH program to make sure that all the roads that are in need of repair, we give you some relief. But we will have a spark number 2, which will focus on another 660 roads across Jamaica, and I'm sure your constituency will get a lot of those roads. Water. This area, like many other areas, you are not connected to the NWC supply. You have a local water system. A few years ago, we more than doubled the allocation to rural water. And it was of such an impact that over 350,000 Jamaicans benefited from it. We estimate that there are about 900,000 Jamaicans, of which communities like yours would be included, that don't have reliable and consistent water. What we will do in our third term is to make another set of allocations to improve your local water supply, like the spring that serves your community here. What it's called Blackness, I know of the spring. And what we will do there is put in proper pumps, proper reservoir storage, and pipes to your community. I know that many of you see the development happening around you. You see the highways and the buildings, and as I say, a lot of construction going on in your area. And you are also saying you want it to come to you. And that is what your government will be doing. We are going to bring the development and the public services, the road and the water to you. But we're going to go one step better than that. I know you are all independent people. You don't necessarily want any handouts. What you want is to be able to work for your own. You want, after you work, you can come home and you take care of your household. You give your wife or your woman some money, and nobody gonna bar. Nobody gonna bar. No, you know what? If you have to go to the bar, be responsible. But you have to save some of it. You have to balance it.
Alright guys, so as I was saying, this is my little town of Beckford Crawl. This is the square. This is the post office where I used to collect postal items when I was a child.
In our plan,
and it's very nice to see the Prime Minister in my town.
All sectors of the society. We take care of the pensioners. We give them an income tax relief. If they are 65 years and older and they earn $6 million or less, they won't pay any income tax.
Well guys, you see what my place is like. These are all my people.
We will cut the income tax rate from 25 to 15 as the base rate. And for the working class people who are at minimum wage, the helpers, the washer lady, the bartender, those people who form the base of the society, we have also indicated that we intend to have a substantial,
I believe we're going to just go back up to Town side after Beckford Crawl.
And come our first budget in the next term, the minimum wage will move from $16,000 what it is now to $18,500, and then we will steadily increase it after that till it doubles. That is how a government fairly takes care of the society. The other people propose to take up $75 billion and give it to 120,000 people, and then ask all of you here to pay for it. How many of you here earn $1.8 million? Well then that not going to benefit you. Because the PMP plan said, if you earn $1.8 million or more, then you will get a tax break. So if you don't earn that, you don't get none of it. But who going to pay for it? Everybody in Jamaica going to pay for it. You going to pay for it. And that is not fair. Our plan is much fairer. We take care of the older people. We take care of the people who are hard-working in the middle, and we take care of the people who are at the base of the society, and we lift up their incomes as well. So the people of this community, some of you, most of you will be working close to or at minimum wage. You will benefit from our proposal. So this election, you have some really clear choices. Promises that don't make any sense of the PNP, and solid things that you can look and see happening right now. You can see the Spark program, you can see the water, and we are the ones that have consistently increased the wages, including the minimum wage. So the people of Crawl, I ask you, Beckford Crawl, I ask you to continue supporting your hard-working member of Parliament, Robert Nestamana. And I ask you to continue the progress with the Jamaica Labour Party as we move this country from poverty to prosperity. God bless you. Love you.
I know, that's why I'm giving you armband.
Yes, man. Alright, come on, you're good.
Oh, yeah, I'm good. Later. I just gave him like a stinger. Hold on, let me see.
Give me something. Anything happening?
Armband. And I have books.
Books? You get books. Give me something.
I don't know how many parts. No, that's the last bit of shirt, but I have armband. I just gave them all the ones I had there. Literally, that's the last one. That's then done. I swear, then done.
Yeah, Mr. Andrew Holness. Who are the champion? Andrew. Who are the big man? Who are the iron? Andrew. Who got the best run? Who are the champion? Who are the big man?
Well, PM, I must thank you for coming into Leopard Crawl.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
Sarah.
That's it. 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 That's it.
We're on our way back.
That's it.
You hear me? You hear me, Shin?
That's it. That's it.
Here, here. Hey!
That's it.
What's here? Yeah!
blessed. Blessed.
We're in Blackwoods heading back up to Thompson Town. Guys, this is definitely a strong area that supports the Jamaica Labour Party. So not a lot of cousins to see. In fact, I don't think I've seen any. Yes, we are going to be going to Warren's constituency.
My respects, blessings, 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 blessings. Bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up. But you know, this is the first time it's happening on the tour that I've lost that.
And it's not that windy.
No, it's because
it fell just behind the second security vehicle. I think they retrieved it. Oh, oops.
Yeah, that's part of being in a sunroof. Thanks. And it's kind of chilly.
Oh God.
Definitely I needed that.
Okay guys, PM hat flew off, but he was able to retrieve it, fortunately.
My respect, blessings. Blessings, blessings, blessings. Respect, respect, respect. Blessings, blessings. Blessings, blessings, blessings. Hear what
patch up right here.
Bless. Respect. Hello. What are you going to do? What one?
Guys, we're pretty much in Thompson Town now. And
right here in this green truck coming up. One and two. We have a right to get over to make some noise.
you know, guys, we're only doing Clarendon today, so only Clarendon today. Nasha Harris, like from UE.
to hand over the Prime Minister in the safe hands of my long-time brother. I don't know the history. I may have this man. This man is like my brother from another mother. I know that he will be taking good care of Northwest Clarendon because he is a good man. And if I hand over to Warren, I have one thing to say before I go. Northwest Clarendon has spent many years suffering under the PNP.
Oh, okay.
We should not eat so much road in a Northwest Clarendon because the minister works for many years.
Andrew's coming, guys. Just a second.
It says to you that the legacy that they left in Northwest Clarendon is not a good legacy, which is why some community and some yard them can't go. They have to walk and cut their eye because people are Northwest Clarendon see them. I know that Warren has some good plans for you. I know that Warren comes from the school of the Andrew Holness generation of labor rights who believe in a performance, and more performance. So my friend Warren. My friend Warren. I have to over to you. The Prime Minister of Jamaica and leader of the Jamaica Party. Let's make some noise to Andrew Holness.
He's not in here. I don't know what to tell you. He's up there.
Not up there.
The piano is not up there. Okay, so where is he? Okay. Alright then. Well, see if you find him. See if you find him.
The man who has made it all possible is with us. We thank him from the base of our heart. No one knew 6 months ago that this would have been the battleground. But man who was walking around telling people saying no need to campaign in a Northwest Clarendon of the same team leader today because God help him, but it is too late. Thank you, Warren. All right, dear rights. And we've been here long. And you come to here, you're a real big man. So I ask one question, what time is it? What time is it? Prime Minister one time, Prime Minister two time, Prime Minister three time. First, I
want to big up your next Member of Parliament, Warren Newby. Warren is a younger man than myself with tremendous potential. He is a very fine politician, but more than that, Warren loves the people. Warren, he is somebody who is a very fine politician, but more than that, Warren loves the people. Warren, he is somebody who is a very fine politician. I am sure that Warren will not be going to Parliament to war benches. I am sure that the term of Warren will far exceed the terms of the man who was a member of Parliament before running against him now. Warren is more capable and more competent. And so I ask you to give your support to Warren Newby to be your
I'm gonna look.
But I ask you to give him the support because the challenges that constituencies like these face requires representatives who will create a government that is able to deal with the affairs in such a way as to not make life harder for you. If it is one thing you can say about the Jamaica Labour Party government, formed by people like Warren, is that we have been able to run the country in such a way that it does not bring additional pressure on you. Indeed,
You're super duper lucky. You are super duper lucky.
I told you
She didn't come down here.
Standing in Town that the murder rate would be cut by 55% as of today. Since the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Would you believe it?
Yes, lots.
A lot of you would believe it. A lot of you would believe that they would have cut the murder rate. If standing here I told you in 2016 that the unemployment rate at that time was 30%, meaning that if you have 100 people gathered here, 13 out of them were unemployed.
So where's the baby?
The unemployment rate is 3%.
There's literally no baby at all.
Only 3 out of every 100 gathered.
It's good.
If I told you that that could be the case today, you probably wouldn't believe it. We have been the government.
They're done, unfortunately.
And deal with big problems and make real changes in your life. I am asking you to give me Warren to form part of the government that will continue to make the real changes.
Alright guys, I'm doing my best.
I'm standing here today now, knowing that for most of you,
let me see what I can do about showing you the crowd.
the real issue is road. The real issue is rural electrification, street lights and bringing electricity to your homes. And surprisingly, there are still a lot of young men in particular in these areas who are not employed. These are the real issues that face you. And I am standing here.
Alright, see you up on the live. We have to step out to the live. Alright.
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 We will move the prosperity
from the highways that you see are building to your driveway. You want the carpets to go. Again, I've always said that I want a Jamaica where all Jamaicans can have access to the basic service, things like water. Maybe 30 years ago it was okay, but nobody thinks like that anymore. Everybody, when they're filling their house, they have them back.
Guys, I hope I did a good job of showing you the crowd.
And they want to be able to walk in the bathroom, turn on the pipe, and say, show up! Show up! So, I know you want a government that will bring the water to your home. It is the Jamaican Labour Party in the last 10 years that has brought water to 350,000 Jamaicans who did not have it before. We know that there are still about 900,000 Jamaicans who either don't have the water, or if they have the water, it is unreliable and inconsistent. We are going to correct that. And we know how to do it because we are currently doing it and we have done it before. We have done one thing which nobody can dispute. And again I say it in the way that I said it before. If I stood here in 2016, when the minimum wage was $6,200, and I said to you that in my term as your Prime Minister, the minimum wage will go to $16,000. Would you believe it? A lot of you would believe it, some of you will take the word. Right, it's beautiful young lady here. Right? But a lot of people wouldn't believe.
Guys, we're going to be touring Warren Newby's area next.
Almost triple what it was in 2016. Our government did that, and we are going to do it again. We are going to increase the minimum wage. Who benefits from the minimum wage? Almost everybody. The people who are domestic helpers, the people who are, they call them merchandisers in the shops, the cashiers, the people who form the base of the society, they will benefit from the increase. Yes. The other people come with a plan, and that plan starts to benefit people who earn between 1.8 million and $6 million. How many of you earn 1.8 million to $6 million? Then none of you will benefit from it. The one that run up out. It don't benefit none of them. But all of you will have to pay for it. All of you will have to pay for it. So I say to you, the good people, when you hear people talking about the other side plan, then make them plan when the wrong tell them they must leave that.
I know, they're going to forget it now, but I make no promises.
So anything I tell you is coming from my heart.
from my hand. So in your next government of the Jamaica Labour Party, your roads will be addressed. We will bring water to your homes. We will also bring water to your fields because you have a massive irrigation fund. And we will improve your income so that you can have dignity in life from work. That is what you can expect from our next government. I want to thank you for gathering. I want to thank you for the time you have spent. I want to thank you for your loyal support to the Jamaican Labour Party. And to others who will not support the Jamaican Labour Party, I hope that my words will have touched your minds and your hearts, and that you give your support to the Jamaican Labour Party. The choice is clear. A choice between a promise and a choice of performance. Choose one. Choose the Jamaican Labour Party. Choose performance. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to look to Victoria.
Watch me, I got end the live if you don't stop trouble me. Guys, we're heading to Victoria now per the sign.
blessings. All right. Blessings. Constituency of northwestern Clarendon. I respect blessed. Bless up. My respect, sir. Bless up.
No, guys, I'm here. I'm not sleeping. Oh, I see somebody said to be cautious coming into Victoria because you block it up. Okay, noted. I'm here, guys. I'm here. I was just kind of observing as I was going through and allowing you guys to do the same. We are going through Victoria. don't believe we're going back to like north central side. We're now in northwestern, and I think we'll come back around and end up in central Clarendon. Currently in Victoria, guys. I see the message about being cautious going into Victoria because it block up. I see the message. Thank you for the heads up.
Hey, don't stop playing, us sit up here and clear. Ladies and gentlemen, give them all one song. Alright, one song. DJ,
Guys, I can't move yet. I'm still in the convoy, and also we're still in the vehicle.
So you can't come on the road, and people not coming down. Pull up the space here. Pull up the space here. Pull it on the people. Then all you are here you are. Yeah, right. We are ready. Final say on the day's activities in the parish of Clarendon. I want to advise you that by law we have to finish campaigning by 11:59 tonight. So we need your undivided attention. It is the last lap before Wednesday. Tomorrow This time, you should be concluding your preparations for Wednesday. But I want to say something which is important to learn. And I want to stop talking and listen. You're not like a person when they go to the polling station. And if the line is long, then say, they can't bother. And then they can't stand up in a line. Later rights, let me tell you something. Two important things for election day. Those of you who are the national voter, ID card. You need to walk with your voter ID card. If you don't have it, walk with some form of ID. Because they're going to put you through all the factors. They're going to put you in the black book. So it is important that if you have the ID, walk with it, because it cuts down the waiting time at the polling station. Realize, Jamaica, 20 minutes after 1 hour is not too much for you to contribute, to continue to have the Jamaica Labour Party and the Holness as government of Jamaica. So I urge you, I beg of you, ensure that you have everything in place for election. Some of you who find a nice guy or nice girl, tell them how to come tomorrow. Because you don't want to come to the studio at 2 on Wednesday morning. Especially those of you who are going to be working in the polling stations, our indoor agents, our outdoor agents, our runners. It is important that you are early. You are early because I want you here in this constituency to understand that if you are low, a man who was here for over 30 years, he was Minister of State with responsibility for roads. And let me tell you something. This constituency has some of the worst roads in the entire island of Jamaica. You lack proper infrastructure in this constituency. All the editing has been done for you. When the other man was here decades ago, I want to tell you, the next member of parliament invited me a couple of weeks ago to tour this morning market. Let me tell you tonight that based on his representation, the drawings for the new spalling market has been completed. and ensure order. And ensure order. We're going to be putting out to tender for the contract. Not to do an addition. Is to build a brand new spawning market in the Clarendon area. So good things are happening for Jamaica. Jamaica is on the right path. Jamaica is moving in the right direction. Everything about Jamaica is good. And the Holness has been good. The Jamaica Labour Party has been good. Listen to me. The only thing that will be bad for Jamaica is the People's National Party. So at this time, I'm going to invite a man who has been strong, advocating, defending the position of your party. Let's welcome Senator Morgan to greet you.
Alright guys, the Prime Minister is out. He's making his way over to the stage. Alright.
Let's welcome Prime Minister of Jamaica, leader of the Thank you. Alright, so we're just going a bit, so we can step through quickly. Laborers, where you are? Thank you. Alright, laborers, listen now. Where you are? Whether it is here for us or not, we don't feel power for there. We don't feel power black. At any given time of the year, we know what time it is. What time is it? Earlier today, we started in Clarendon in 4 parts. They are settling, so we can get through as quickly as possible. We started out in 4 parts Clarendon, and as we made our way through Southwest Clarendon, and then moving to Robert Eastern Morgan's North Central Clarendon. And we are culminating here with your next Member of Parliament water unit. So we are here in North Clarendon. And Labourites, we don't know about the other people's campaign, but we know about our campaign. We know about our campaign, guys. And our campaign are awarding for young people. We are awarding for young people on our campaign. They are first in the super video. Your government recognizes the importance of investing in young people. And as we made our way from Fort March to here in Victoria, we saw a number of young Jamaican women. And you know what your government is doing in America? They are going to be encouraging a number of our young men to access skills training and invest in themselves so that we can bring a better life for them and a better life for the children of the world. So your government in our third term of office, your government is committed to making not just skills training free, but obviously we're also going to be providing what is called support for childcare so that our young men in Jamaica, and we have tried since 2022, can go and access skills training and get support, monetary support for the upkeep of their child, so that you can go and unlock the potential by stepping into life and those and some of the plans your government has in store for you in a short term. So Labourites, you will have heard there's some things here right now. We have to remain focused on the plan. Come out and waste them. Ensure that you put your exercise there, because when the votes are counted on the evening of Wednesday, September 3, Warren Newby here in Northwest Clarendon must be in Thank you. Now, hold on. Please. We are having a little problem with us. It is not your business. But hear me. We will be able to hear ourselves much better if we don't stop blowing the horn. Please. Ring the bell instead of blowing the horn. So until we get some proper mic, hold off on the answer. Please. Labourites. Alright. Try and make some way. We're trying to get some sound to come down to help us. One, two. You hear me guys better now? Alright, so you're right. Labor rights. At this time, I want to invite the deputy leader of the Jamaica Labour Party for this area council, Michael Stern, to come to the microphone now. Let's all be back for Michael Stern.
Let me say that tonight I am pleased with you all, because after campaigning for many weeks in this constituency, the campaign ends tonight, but it looks like we're ready now. We're ready now. We're ready now, Labour Rights. Labour Rights is a long time we don't have a big beat like this in Victoria. It's a long, long time. But Labour Rights, we are going to make our Prime Minister proud of us. After the third, he shall hear that this is one seat that will make sure he's Prime Minister for the third.
Spreads across every single acre.
You know, after today, we shift into election management, and I will tell you something. We have a strong team behind that. We have a very strong team, and I want to big up the councillors. I want to big up the caretakers. I want to big up all the team that is going to be on the ground. I want to cooperate with them, because we have to pull out every vote, every neighbor. Knock on every door. Ensure we know the vote. Work as a team. Nobody complain about no food, nothing. Right, we're going to do it. We have done it already, and we'll do it again. This time is a very important time in our history. This time our Prime Minister and his team have put Jamaica in the right position for a takeoff of growth, massive growth. Right, you want to turn this country like a Singapore. So Labour Right, make sure say Northwest is a part of that. Make sure Northwest is a part of that. Make sure the farmers and the youth can enjoy prosperity under Andrew, Michael Holness government.
Yes, guys, I know it's a bit far, but they're trying to bring up the sound truck, so we have to be a little farther away to provide some space.
Thank you. Thank you. Labour rights. Labour rights. Labour rights. Labour rights. Labour rights. I want you now to welcome a young man who will change the way how you've been living. A young man who is going to offer you progressive leadership. I have no doubt that Warren Newby will be your next member of parliament. Let's welcome Warren Newby.
Most honorable Prime Minister, I want to thank you for this opportunity. I want to thank the most honorable Prime Minister for the opportunity that he has provided me to serve you here in Northwest Clarendon. I want to invite the 4 senior members of my team to come and stand with me, and for you to thank them for what they have been doing to make this the most phenomenal campaign in the history of Northwest Clarendon.
Yes, but the share for 2 places they have days in London. Dags in a load.
We are able to compete because of the performance of the government. This 3rd term is secured on what meeting that we have gone to, I've played a song in the absence of the Prime Minister, but he's here with me tonight. I want to dedicate this song to you.
I'm gonna see if I can get closer, but just give me a few seconds, please. Just bear with me.
It is our duty to make sure that the work together. Go out there and work as hard as you have ever done. Work harder than you did in 2016. Work harder than you did in 2020. And let us claim our rightful place in the Parliament of Jamaica. And I commit to give you the hard work that you expect from a member of parliament. I say to you, I am ready. I say to you that I feel positive. I say to you that 6 months ago, nobody thought that this was possible. But today, they had to run for their leader to help them because of peace. We are on the side. They have spent the last 3 weeks calling me names. But as of Thursday morning, the only name they can call me is Member of Parliament for
The man said, the only name that them can call him come Thursday morning is Member of Parliament, Warren Newman. We have the Jamaica Labour Party. We have a leader that we are proud of. We're proud of the Holness. Hold on. Is there any time since he was elected leader who you shame on him? So let me ask you something. What time is it? What time? What time? So hear me. Prime Minister 1 term. Prime Minister 2 terms. Prime Minister 3 terms. Until Holness.
listen to me carefully now. I can't talk too loud because the way in which the sound is set up, you're not going to hear me. But I am told that this little meeting here in Victoria is bigger than the PNP meeting in Sparling. Your community about 8 or 9 weeks ago, and I stopped here and I made it a point of duty to shake every hand I could find in Victoria Square. I go over there, I go so, I go over here so, I go down and I meet the people, lovely people. You are a lovely people. And I am very proud to be your leader. And I'm very humbled to have had the privilege and opportunity to serve you. But not only are you wonderful, hospitable and kind people, you have been incredibly patient with your government. Because I know that you have had a road problem, not since me. You have had a road problem long before me. I know you have had a water problem, not since me, long before me. And I want to say it in this way. So for a moment, hold off on the vuvuzela. For a moment, all eyes on me. Because what I'm about to say, if you internalize it, if you listen to it carefully, it will be beneficial to you going forward. Jamaica's problem is not a lack of resources. We have bauxite that we mine for how many years and get too much billions of dollars off it. We have tourism. We have some of the brightest people in the world. But you know what has been our problem? We have never had government that could manage our resources well. That has been the summary of Jamaica's problem. And if you take all the governments together, and you say, which government totally mismanaged the resources of the country? If you stack it up, either as an accountant, as a lawyer, as an economist, any big name and big brain man who want to add it up and analyze it, it is the PNP that has mashed up and mismanaged the resources of this country. In every measure of performance, the PNP mash up Jamaica. And in every measure of Jamaica, it is the Jamaica Labour Party that has had to build back Jamaica. And if you don't believe what I am saying, just look at their campaign. Their campaign seeks to tear down Jamaica. Their campaign was seeking to pull Jamaica down into the gutter. It is the Jamaica Labour Party who elevated the election campaign and kept our dignity, kept our pride in the people. We cannot join them in destroying what we have built. No. But there is also a generational thing that we have to look at. There are some people who view Jamaica and its politics in a particular way. They believe they own Jamaica, and they believe they are entitled to govern Jamaica. If you hear how they speak, if you hear how they behave, I don't come from that generation. I believe I must work for everything I have. I believe I must earn it. I believe I must merit it. And so, when I became your Prime Minister, I said, I will earn your trust. I said, I will earn your vote. I will work hard to prove to you that I am deserving of your support. Imagine that now was 2016, and I said to you, you're going to be able to sleep with your windows and doors open, because my administration is going to cut the murder rate by 55% in 3 years. Would you have believed that that was possible? Would you have believed that that was possible? When I stand here today saying to you that in 2023 we cut the murder rate by 8%. In 2024 we cut it by 19%, and as I speak to you today, the murder rate is at 42% below what it was last year. 3 years straight. There is no question that my administration has worked and performed well. When we took over the national debt, it was at 130%. Today, the debt, and I don't want to get too much into this point, but the debt is at 68%. The leader of the opposition said, no, it's not at 68%, it's at 65%. And I said, well, thank you, sir. The hard work of the Jamaica Labour Party has even brought the debt down more. Because we have grown the economy more. But the one thing I want to tell you about is upon the performance of this government is how we have lifted the standard of living in the country and how we have lifted household income. If I told you in 2016, when the minimum wage was 6,200, that we would almost triple it to 16,000, would you believe me? You may believe me because you're a labor right and you trust me. But in the back of your mind, you would say, boy, we don't think that's possible. But we stand up here today and can tell you that the legal minimum that you can pay anybody in Jamaica is 16,000. because we have raised the minimum wage. Now what that means is that everybody who work for minimum wage, their wage is higher. Higher. So if you used to do day's work and you used to get $6,000, now you get 16. If you used to work in a bar and you get $6,000, no, you're getting 16. But it is even better than that, because under our administration, there's a thing they call inflation. And under our administration, inflation has been stable. So it's not eating out your income. So the real money that you have is even more. Now, on Sunday, I made a statement that Jamaica is going to look towards giving the people who are at the base of its society, the people who are working for the least amount of income, we are going to give you a living wage. Because we believe in decent work and we believe in the dignity of the people who have to be struggling at the bottom of society. I believe in that. And therefore, we want you to have a wage that can give you the basics. If you live in a rent house, you should be able to pay your rent. You should be able to pay your utilities, your light and your water. You should be able to send your children to school. And you should be able to eat nutritiously. And you should be able to put aside something for emergency. That is what you call a living wage. A wage that when you get it after you work hard, you feel you can make something out of it. You feel that by the sweat of your brow, you can step up in a life. And that is why we have steadily increased the minimum wage over our government. And I have indicated that in the first budget of our new term, we will move the minimum wage to $18,500. That will benefit almost 90% of the people here in Victoria who work. Compare that with the PNP, who said that if you earn $1.8 million per year, you will get a tax break up to $3.5 million. Now let me ask you, how many of you here earn $1.8 million per year? Show me by hand. I see one man out of about 1,000 people. So, nobody here going to benefit from that. But where do you think the money coming from to pay the people the extra pay that they would get because they're not paying tax? Where do you think that comes from? It comes from you. You are going to have to pay. You pay it in either two ways. The government can say, all right, to give everybody in that group who earned more than $1.8 million that break, it is going to cost $75 billion. You know how much is the Spark program? The Spark program is $45 billion. And the Spark program is repairing 660 roads in Jamaica. So in order to do that, they would have to cancel a program like the Spark program. And even when they do that, they still won't have enough money to meet that. So you would lose all of those road repairs. If they decide that they're not going to do that then, they're not going to cancel the Spark program, where they going to get the money from? They may have to put on a new tax. And if they put on a new tax, you go and pay. So don't follow that the foolishness then. Because a lot of people hear that, why you're going to get more money for your pay. It is only 114,000 people out of a labor force of 1.4 million people who would get that benefit. 9% of the people who work would get that benefit. It is the greatest transfer of wealth from minimum wage earners to people who are earning 1.8 million annually. That's no fear. That's no fear. Our plan is to give a fair wage, a living wage, so that you, the average person, the people of Victoria, can see your way by working. That is what our plan is. The other thing I want to say to you is that your roads and your water have been a challenge for a long time, as we all know. And now, in our third term, we are going to focus, as we have already started, on bringing the prosperity which many of you see when you get onto the highways and you see the lovely highways that we're building. You want that highway, that carpet, to come to your driveway. You want it in your community. And as I drove around in Clarendon, I saw a few roads that were done under the Spark program and them look good. Them lift up the community. Well, we're going to have a Spark too. So you will get more roads in your community done. But more than that, we're going to have to solve your water problem. Now, the challenge with water in these areas is that you don't have NWC water. Most of you don't have NWC pipe reaching your house. Your water comes from local water supply, from a spring and then tubing somewhere. And those, at this point, many of those can carry the capacity, the demand on it. So we are going to increase the budget for rural water. Yes, and we are going to improve those local water supply to increase the capacity so that you can get more water in the pipes. But the real solution is that we need a big source of water. And we don't really have too many big sources of water here in Clarendon. The other challenge is that there has been something called saline intrusion into the underground water, especially on the coast of Clarendon. So a lot of the water salted and can use. What we are going to be doing now is a big program which is called pumped hydro storage. We are going to use solar energy to pump water from the sea up to a hill where we are going to desalinate it, meaning we're going to take the salt out of the water. We're going to store it in a massive reservoir, and then we're going to pump it downhill to generate electricity. But it is also going to give water to all of Clarendon, even into parts of St. Catherine. It is a massive project, but it will finally solve the water problem in Clarendon and parts of Manchester. Massive project, but this administration is going to do it. Once that is done, then the little small water supply that we have that's not interconnected, we can now start to decommission them and run pipes to your yard with water. That project, and I hear the question when, and I like it because it means this young lady is listening intently. The project has already started. It is in the development phase. They are planning it, and within 2 years the project will start. As I say that to you, I want to give you the confidence of how we have dealt with similar problems. In St. Catherine, they are short 15 million gallons of water per day. We are solving that now. You know what we just started? We started a project called the Content Water Supply Project, where we are building a water treatment and distribution facility that is pulling from the rear grid 15 million gallons of water per day. And that project, already underway, under construction, will solve the water shortage in Kingston and in St. Catherine. We are going to do something similar here with this massive project. So, under my administration, you can have faith in what the future will look like for you. A future with better wages, better roads, and more reliable water. A better future under the Jamaica Labour Party. And you can believe in that future because you now have a better present. You are safer. You have a better economy. You have more jobs. Let us continue with the government that performs. Let us continue with the government that is competent. Let us continue with good representation. I want to have this young man. I want to have this young man with me in Parliament. Because you hear all the big projects that we have. We need competent people. We need good representatives who can ensure that the benefits reach the people. I am confident that Warren wants to prove himself, as I proved myself to you, that he is deserving and merit your vote. To my Victoria family, people of Northwest Clarendon, the choice is clear. You can choose an empty promise from an unproven source, or you can continue the progress. You can depend on the commitment from a proven pair of hands, from somebody who has really made the transformation of the difficult problems, someone who has the capability to take on large and difficult challenges and have results. Let us together work to transform Jamaica and build the future that you want to see. A future where you can drive on carpet to your yard and go into your bathroom and turn on the pipe and say, shower, shower, shower. That's the city.
Thank you. Thank you. We love you. And the next time we come back, we're going to see you in victory. Good night.
Try violate the ring in them head. Bad go back in them ears till them deaf. Government badness and jewelness. Government badness and jewelness. Government badness and jewelness. Step them body dead, make sure none. Step them body dead, make sure none. Know what path people take. Top rough, watch now, all of them stress. Alright then, must it do we have.
Early morning, walking more straight to the beat. Don't touch the road, I'm green, I like the street. Straight life, I'm constituents of the weekends. We beat them, and nothing but the preach. Help me, put down the cover, shop on them, I saw your darling. I'm buzzing if you're asking, campaigning, and like campaigning, I'm hiding. Then cancel with that iron.
Alright guys, I'm not gonna be on the roof right now because it's very cold in this area, so I'm gonna be inside for a while. Guys, we will be making our way to Mapen now.
Alright guys, I am with you for a few moments. We are on our way to Mapen. We have a bit of a rough road to go through. We should be in Mapen in the next conservative, maybe 50 minutes. But what is amazing, as we have seen going through Jamaica for the last couple of days, is that no matter how late our motorcade is on the road, you know, even past midnight, people come out and they receive us with great joy and literally love and hospitality. They have come out in their numbers. They want to touch you, they want to feel you. Some even come feel you. Some even up, bless up. As I turned around, I caught it. That was just fantastic. Yeah. Yeah, man. Blessings.
Yes, man.
Bless up.
Success.
Blessings. Bless up.
Make sure you remember, and you going walk them one by one. Labor boy walk them 2 by 2. Derby frame walk them 3 by 3. Best government we run the country. Kalabali, look how we balance the economy. We never get the land, and the people never happy. But more than over yard, never miss the make sure you remember, and you go walk them one by one. Walk them 2 by 2. Walk them 3 by
Bless up. What happened? Bless up. Yeah, man. Bless up. All right. Right, so it rained a little bit earlier, so it's a little bit chilly outside here. And Kimberly, who normally moderates, she's taking a little break. I can't answer all the questions and respond to all the comments. Kind of tricky, whilst at the same time waving to people and trying to maintain balance. But I want to thank all of you who have remained on the line with us. You know, blessings, blessings, blessings. It has really added another dimension to the campaign. I mean, I would estimate that, you know, when we do a tour like this, we probably see about maybe 3,000 to 4,000 people. And we probably directly interact with maybe between 500 to maybe 800, even 1,000 people. I certainly, in terms of just saying hello and shaking hands and hugging and, you know, general interaction. And then people who you see at a distance, you wave to, you make eye contact with. But to have an audience moving around with you that you can share your thoughts with and have their thoughts reflected, that adds a different dimension to the whole experience. I want to thank you for being with us, and look at this crowd. Bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up. Bless up, 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 bless up. How are you, blessed? Blessed, blessed, respect, respect, respect. Bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for your patience. Bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming out. My respects are blessed, blessed, blessed. Bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up. Bless up, 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 bless up. Respect, respect. Blessed, blessed. Those are, you know, the people who make it all worthwhile, and they believe strongly in their party. And, you know, I just feel blessings, blessings. I just feel very humbled and privileged to be able to serve them. Blessings, blessings. Blessings, 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 blessings. Blessings, blessings, my dear. Respect, respect, respect. So on this motorcade, we have a system for our motorcades. Desmond Mackenzie. Blessings, 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 blessings. Desmond Mackenzie, for many years, is the official from the party that leads our official motorcades, particularly the motorcades that I am in charge of or I am on. So he is, you know, the chief party official. He interfaces with the police ground command and the local constituency management, and plans the route. And so he travels at the front of the motorcade, and he travels with the party sound truck, and we have a standard as to how that is used. It plays from an approved playlist. And by the way, you know, we have so many songs on our hub. We have so many songs. It's amazing. Just like this song you're hearing behind you, Choose Jamaica. That's gonna be another big hit for us. And so he does the advanced work. He goes ahead of my motorcade, and he essentially alerts that we're coming with the announcer. Blessings, 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 blessings. And that tells people, hey, you know, the candidate and the prime minister or whoever else is in the motorcade, so that they get an opportunity to be alerted and to know. Blessings, 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 blessings. And then I have a fleet of vehicles that are directly related to me. Security vehicles, I won't say too much about those. We have 3 vehicles where I travel in and 2 for candidates. And those are together. And then directly behind us are security vehicles. We have a media vehicle with the media personnel who captures all the other things that are happening on the campaign and captures my speeches and does editing from the field and posting and does the news stories and that kind of thing, press releases. And then behind that we have a sound truck. Blessings, blessings. Blessings, 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 blessings. Right, so behind that we have a music truck. Then we have a display truck. And the display truck, essentially, I mean, all our vehicles are wrapped with messages, but the display truck shows all the candidates for the party who are contesting the elections. And then we have a coaster which carries a team of campaigners, we call them. So when we stop, they come out and they give out pamphlets and armbands and hats and t-shirts, and they stop and talk to people and that kind of thing. And that coaster is wrapped with all the officers of the party. And then my office bus is with me in the event that we need to have a meeting place or we need to do some planning, and all of that is facilitated, blessings, with internet and other amenities that are conveniences which are necessary for the campaign. And then behind that are other vehicles that are probably associated with the candidate or people who just want to join us. We try as best as possible to maintain the standards. You know, that's very difficult. At the beginning of every tour, we say to the participants that we must maintain the order of the campaign. We must look orderly, because that in itself is an advertisement for the party. And we encourage our followers and supporters not to hang out of the vehicles. There have been a few incidents where persons have been injured, and we've been blessings. We've been trying to, strongly encourage them not to do that. And the policemen and women who are on the tour with us, they try as best as possible to police them. And then there are the bikers. We try not to encourage too many bikers. In fact, we try not to encourage any bikers whatsoever on the tour. But the tour is a carnival atmosphere. It's great fun. People are having real fun at the back of the motorcade. So we encourage the cyclists, the motorcyclists, to wear their helmets, to ride orderly, and be very careful. So this gives you a kind of sense of the motorcade. Our lighting that we use for our meetings, and our display truck has a mobile stage. So we have a setup where the advanced sound truck parks in front, provides the lighting, stage truck parks in front of that, and the sound truck is parked in proximity. So we can give a 360-degree sound at our meetings. Blessings. Listen, we are at, what's this, 5,000K? 5,000 people watching us. Welcome. Welcome to the live. If you're just joining us, welcome. Let me give you a sense of the motorcade. Now let me see if I can catch it. Hard to give you a sense. You know, I've been on, I don't know, maybe 10 campaigns. So I started politics in 1997. I would have been on the 2002 election campaign and some by-elections in between. I would have been on the 2007 election campaign, 2011, 2016, 2020, and now 2025. Yeah, so I would have been on maybe, if you add local government campaigns, so that's, yeah, I've been on, blessings, I've been on more than 10 campaigns. I mean, full campaigns, and I've led maybe 6 of those campaigns. So I have a good sense of, you know, what a campaign is like and how a campaign is going. And I must say that this election campaign is the best organized campaign that we have had. I mean, the 3 mass meetings that we have held were first class, first world, superb execution. I mean, we have basically brought the campaign to another level. Blessings, sir, blessings. Yeah, and you know, I was so impressed with Half a Tree. I thought Half a Tree was like, you know, the best. I mean, we did Half a Tree in 2016, and I have the footage of that stored in high definition, and I look at it ever so often. Blessings. And it was a huge crowd then. You know, it was really huge. But we surpassed that with Half a Tree in 2025, which was huge. But Spanish Town, man, whoa. You know, I don't want to compare crowds, you know, PMP crowd versus JLP crowd. That's not where the elections are won. But, you know, it is a point of discussion. And I was a bit nervous that we departed from the traditional hosting place. Blessings, 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 blessings. Which would be Munimar Square in Spanish Town. That's the traditional hosting place, which would be easier to film. But the contemplation was that we didn't want to disrupt traffic in the town, because you know, to keep these meetings you have to prepare and get things in place, and you have to block that off from the day before. And Spanish Town is already congested, so that, you know, that may have turned off more people than, you know, we would have wanted to. So the campaign committee and the organizers decided that they would have it in a large open space, which is the roundabout. And they did a phenomenal job in converting that place into a meeting ground. They cleaned it up, they covered certain drains and other civil works that were there to make it safe. And then they converted it into a meeting ground. Amazing. It didn't affect the town in any significant way. It was convenient. It had enough parking. And bless up, bless up, bless up. And there was an overflow, yeah, in the streets leading into that roundabout. It was fantastic. When I looked at the crowd, it was huge. I mean, I don't want to draw blessings. I don't want to draw comparisons. I mean, I don't want to be hyperbolic. But my assessment is that that is the largest political crowd. when you look at it, it was huge. And you can know when the crowd is huge, right? What the political parties do is that, you know, when the crowds are not so large, they give you tight shots, and they are very tight shots, and they are very, you know, very thrifty with the panning of the camera. So you don't really get to see a wide angle. They just move it slightly and then quickly bring it back to where the crowd is concentrated. But what we did, we actually had a drone that wasn't just taking an overhead shot. We had the drone shots with low-flying drones starting at the back of the crowd and coming in. And I've looked at the footage, and I can tell you can judge from that the size of the crowd. It was huge. So I was very impressed, you know, with Spanish Town. And it wasn't, you know, it wasn't island-wide mobilization as arbitrary. It was really, you know, Kingston and St. Andrew, St. Catherine, and I can't even tell if they were anyone. But no, I didn't see anyone from Clarendon or anywhere else. Yeah, it was fantastic. But you know what else? I had a part of the crowd with me, because while while the meeting was going on, myself and Newton Amos and Carencia were touring. We were up in Guys Hill, and at one point I got stuck on the toll. Blessings. I got stuck on the toll coming in, and I was worried that I wouldn't make the meeting because the toll was moving so slowly. But luckily we got through, and I made it there just in time. I didn't even remember to take my script out of the vehicle when I entered the stage. So I didn't have my script with me. I had to send back for some notes that I made. But it was all good. All good. I know some people were asking me, so why you didn't throw the jacket this time? Well, when I threw the jacket off stage in Sam Sharp Square, you know, it caused a little fracas in the crowd, and I said no, I wouldn't risk that there, you know, because the jacket is in high demand. I only had 2 jackets anyway, and I was thinking what I should do with it, and it just came to me when Vegas was performing that I should really honor and acknowledge Vegas. Blessings. Blessings, 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 blessings. And they are our PMP friends. Bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up. Yeah, we're passing through Spaldings now, heading down the hill. Yeah, the PMP had their meeting here, but you could tell that there was a meeting here. The place is empty. Yeah. So I decided that we should really acknowledge Mr. Vegas. Mr. Vegas has been a really good support, and I respect him. I respect him very much. I took us. He took a stand. I was explaining in my presentation how Choose Jamaica came about. And some of you may recall that maybe a year and a half ago, or maybe, a year and a half ago, there were some planned protests really embarrassing Jamaica in the United States, protesting at our consulate offices for things that were really untrue, and they were really politically motivated, very much politically motivated. And I was so disappointed that people who say they are Jamaicans would, yes, you should exercise your democratic right and your freedom of expression and so forth, but you have to be truthful about what you're doing, and you have to be also fair. And whatever it is, you don't want to tear down your country in order to take it over. It doesn't make sense. But there were other Jamaicans who were very upset. They were very, very upset about what was happening. And some who I know were not necessarily political, but because they were so upset, they wanted the government to kind of launch. They wanted the JLP to kind of launch a response to the negativity and the toxic lies that some of our countrymen were seeding in the diaspora and just trying to embarrass the government. And I said no, that wouldn't be right. And not only that, we would be setting up a confrontation and drawing more attention to it than it would get on its own. And when I was having the discussion with them, someone said, "You're right, Prime Minister, we choose Jamaica, Yeah, I agree with you. We choose not to destroy Jamaica. And that is how Choose Jamaica. That's how Choose Jamaica came about. We weren't planning to use it as a campaign slogan, but it just emerged. People like it. It cut across political and social divide. It gives us something around which we can unite, which is blessings, which is Jamaica. There are some who say, a political campaign is inherently selfish. It's about what you can get and what you want to see is about you. Yes, that might be a part of it, but political campaigns are also nationalistic. They are also about what is, in the national interest. And what people must reconcile is that Jamaica is a boat, and we are all in it. And you can't spend your time trying to bore holes in the boat in order to take over the boat will sink. So if we keep the boat intact and keep sailing in the right direction, everybody will be safe. Yeah. So let's choose to keep Jamaica safe. Let's choose to keep Jamaica growing. Let's choose to keep Jamaica stable. So Choose Jamaica has turned out to be an exceptional campaign theme. And I'm happy that we've used it. Right now, I estimate we have maybe between 80 to 100 cars behind us heading into Mapen. Right now, I estimate on some of our motorcades. So there's a question, you know, why are the police riding on the side rails? I generally don't speak about security protocols, but I believe I could say this. One, we have professional police officers who are trained in the business of close protection and protecting VIPs, and what they're doing is a part of their training. So they train to travel with their doors open, they train to travel on the running board and the side rails, and before they do that, all of those things are checked. So they don't have any accidents. So they are trained. And it's necessary for them to do that because they need to be able to respond quickly in the event of an incident. But more than that, they need to be able to be scouting the environment as the motorcade moves through. The ones that the security too much. I mean, I'd say definitely there is an increase in security. There is a greater security consciousness, but that is also as a result of a kind of greater professionalization of the operations of the JCF in managing the campaign to keep the people who are campaigning safe. But not only that, to keep the supporters themselves safe. And I think that needs to be stressed. The supporters might feel a little bit may have a bottle of liquor or soft drink, and just an innocent wave of the hand, and the liquor is spilled on someone or the flag hits someone, and you could have an altercation, and that could just change the whole nature of the campaign. And so to avoid all of that and to avoid injury, the post protection officers are in the crowd, properly identified. Some are not identified, some are playing close, but they're all there observing what is happening, just to make sure that everyone is safe. And thankfully, thank God, we've had no incidents. We're going at a little speed here, so the sound is going to be muffled because of the wind. We're on a main road now. All right, I may have to go down for a bit because the wind is getting very high. And as I'm in, you see the security officer is getting into his vehicle because I'm no longer through the roof. So we're about 15 minutes out to Mapen, or maybe less. So the candidate there for the Jamaica Labour Party is the former mayor of Kingston and St. Andrew, former deputy mayor Delroy Williams, but more importantly, he is the former councillor for the Sea Gardens division in the great constituency of West Central St. Andrew. I've known Delroy Williams for many, many years, over 30 years. He is a very good friend and brother, and I will truly miss him in my constituency, but I'm very happy for him as he seeks to become a member of parliament, and well deserved. He has taken on the seat formerly held by Mike Henry for decades, and he will seek to carry on the Jamaica Labour Party's legacy in that seat, and strengthen the organization there. He is very good organizer, very strategic, and I'm sure he will do an excellent job as Member of Parliament. But he has done quite a bit of work, not just within my constituency. He has done work all over as a political organizer, and he's well known and respected as such, as a good political organizer. So I'll end the tour of Clarendon, and indeed the tour for this campaign in Mapen with Del. So I'll end the Roy Williams. I wasn't able to campaign his seat fully with him, but I'm confident that he has done a good job, a great job actually. So I'll be spending the final hours as we wind down with Delroy in Mapen. It won't be a tour, it'll be more of a line. Yeah, Delroy Williams is the brother of Donovan Williams, the current MP for Central Kingston, and who I expect to be returned as the MP for Central Kingston. And by the way, Donovan has done an amazing job in that constituency. I know because I pay close attention there, and he is a strong advocate, particularly for housing. You know, Central Kingston has some of the oldest residential communities in Jamaica. Some of the oldest. Central Kingston is properly Central Kingston has laid out on a grid. It has properly designated roadways. It has infrastructure, water supply, parts of it has sewage, but it is suffering from urban blight. After many decades of residential status, the owners of property there, many of them have migrated, have died, and have passed it on, but it is suffering from urban, have the income to maintain the property, which is a normal thing that happens. People buy their homes whilst they're working, they have income to maintain it. When they get on their pensions, they can't maintain it, the house runs down, and when that happens on a grand scale in a community, you start to see the decline of the community, and then someone else comes in and buys it and refurbishes it. But that has happened in several iterations in Central Kingston, except we haven't seen the attraction of new investments into some of these properties, and indeed some of them have been taken over informally and squatted, and some of them have turned into big yards and so forth. And what we have done in new investments, social housing program, what we call the tenement or big yard program, and we have 2 tenement yard programs going on now. Well, 3, I think, yes, where we're taking a big yard with several families, and we're rebuilding. The last one I did a couple of weeks ago, we're building an 18 family unit on a very small piece of land, but that will transform the community. So we are on the Mapen leg of the East-West Highway, heading into Mapen now. So we'll be in Mapen shortly. Somebody say, "Oh, no, not tired." Oh Lord, of course we all get tired. It's it's not as physically draining as it used to be, because when we started out, we weren't vehicle bound. We were stopping and walking up hills and all kind of things. But in the later stage, because we have to cover so much ground, we try to remain vehicle bound and be moving. But it is also mentally tiring, because your mind has to be engaged, because you don't want to say the wrong thing or say something inappropriate. So you have to always have the brakes on, and that brake is to just control your emotions, make sure that you have your thoughts properly collected, and it helps to write them down, double check and research stuff. It helps when you read widely, so you have things to speak about. It's important to be able to kind of read the audience and feed off the energy. So yes, your brain is working overtime. A question about what I did my PhD thesis on. I believe that's the question. Oh, I did my PhD thesis on the impact of U.S. gun laws on the accessibility of guns in Jamaica. So I studied the whole issue of crime and violence. Looked into whether or not it is an issue of a public health issue, or whether or not there are some other factors to consider, particularly legislative issues and so forth. A part of the conclusion is that the accessibility and availability of guns in Jamaica are primarily due to the diaspora connection and gangs. There are some other issues, obviously, but that's largely the issue there. Somebody said, what have you eaten on the tour? Well, let me share this with you. You should not eat on the tour. Right? You should avoid eating on the tour, because what you put in must come out, and you have to make sure that you can manage that. So you drink, you have to hydrate. I hydrate a lot. And maybe I have something, as we call it in Jamaica, dry food. So maybe a cinnamon bun or a cracker or something like that. Yeah, but try not to do too much eating on the tour, because you wouldn't want to be on tour and you get ill, or you have an allergic reaction or anything like that. So I actually lose weight when I go on the campaigns. And I actually feel lighter and much better. Yes, roast beef is my favorite. Somebody say, I hope you're taking your vitamins. Yeah, I do take vitamins. I try not to, over medicate on vitamins and supplements and these things. I think they all have their place, but everything in moderation. Somebody's asking if my thesis is published. You know, I'm going to work on it to turn it into a book. So yeah, it will be published. Because I'm at that stage in my life where I really should start documenting my 28 years of politics and putting it all into context so that people understand what I've done in my political life, and to look to the next chapters as to where we're going to take Jamaica. Somebody says, explain the minimum wage, please. Yeah, that's a good opportunity. I did earlier explain what it is. So the government of Jamaica, like most countries in the world, because of the decent work agenda and to prevent exploitation of labor, most countries set what is called a legal minimum for which someone who is working should be paid, and you can't pay the person below that. So it's a legal minimum. In Barbados, their legal minimum, don't quote me, I looked at the statistics last night, I'm just not recalling it definitively, but it's somewhere in the region of about 30,000. And Trinidad is in the 20s. So ours is at the lower end amongst our peers, regionally and globally. Now, there is a reason why governments have to intervene in setting a minimum wage, because sometimes markets, meaning the labor market, doesn't always get it right, because there are other social issues that the markets may not aggregate in coming to the wage. So for example, if employers have more power than workers, then the negotiation of what the wage is may not be in favor, or maybe unfair to the worker, or there has to be some consideration of what the worker needs to survive. But on the other hand, if the wage is too high, then it will impact employment. Employers might say, you know what, I won't bother to employ anyone because the wage is too high. So there is room for government to regulate and set laws as to what the minimum wage should be. So when we took over the government, the minimum wage was at $6,200, I believe, but unemployment was at 13%. So in that space, you wouldn't want to necessarily rapidly advance the minimum wage, because it could affect employment in an already weak economy. But we have transformed that. Since we have been the government, unemployment has fallen to 3.3%. We have created 280,000 new jobs. But more than that, we have added 85,000 Jamaicans to the labor force. Now, what that means is that we're almost at full employment. We're not at full employment yet, but very close to full employment. And so as you get to that marginal number, it's very difficult to attract people into the labor force. It becomes exceedingly difficult to attract people into the labor force, which is why you hear so many employers saying, I can't find people. It's not that we don't have Jamaicans idling, doing nothing. I mean, we do have some still have some Jamaicans there that we could get into the labor force. But the economists will tell you that, you know, every worker as a choice between what they call leisure and work. So literally, the worker has to make a decision. You know, all right, do I enter the labor market and work for the wage that I'm given, or, you know, do I stay at home and, you know, survive with my mother, or, you know, whatever it is, I find some way other than working. And so if the government doesn't set what the minimum wage is, you're going to find that employers are going to be literally forced to increase the wage in order to attract more people into the workforce. And that is what has been happening. So we have literally tripled the minimum wage, almost tripled the minimum wage. But it has not impacted the growth of employment in the country, because it's done gradually, and it is done in accordance with the expansion of the economy. And what we're saying is that as Jamaica grows, we have to consider not just a minimum wage, but a wage that gives dignity to the base of the society. It can be very frustrating for someone who works and comes home and feels that their labor is in vain. They get nothing from it. And if you're going to change the outlook of the society and the productivity of the society, then you start by ensuring that the working class feels that they are being rewarded and there is a way out for them. The same thing is true for the middle class. You want to create a middle class. But how do you create a middle class? You know, the middle class doesn't just appear. The middle class comes from the working class. If you want to create a middle class, then you start at the base by increasing the wages of the working class so that they can send their children to school, and then their children can get educated and join the middle class. That's how you do it. You don't have a policy that is going to make the cost of living more difficult for the working class in order to create a middle class. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense at all. In other words, you would be redistributing wealth from the poor to the richer. And you know, that doesn't make sense. So our policy is far more comprehensive, you know, far more comprehensive. It's an excuse or why schools don't start today. You know, schools, when we say the start of school, it doesn't necessarily mean teaching. So there are kids who are registering, there are kids, there are all kinds of things that have to be done. So it's the administrative start of the school year, not necessarily the teaching start of the school year. Seeing someone saying, explain how do you become a councillor or an MP? Well, first of all, anyone can become a councillor or an MP. There's no restriction. There's no restriction on becoming an MP. I believe there are some age requirements to be registered to vote and that kind of thing for councillors, so there would be an age restriction. But I think the route that would get you there would be to, first of all, join a political party and make yourself known to the party and your intentions, work in a constituency with a constituency organization, and then you apply to that political organization formally to become the representative. And I think every party has their different processes. Our process is that once you applied and your application is shortlisted, then you are invited to an interview, and from the interview process there is a selection process. There are a lot of questions. I'm trying to read all of them. It's not possible. Questions coming in fast and furious. How do you prepare your speeches and answer so many questions and deal with negative energy? First of all, you have to read a lot, and I do quite a bit of reading. I don't read for recreation these days because I have to spend my time reading a lot of documents. So yeah, I read widely, and I read across many fields and many subject areas, and I have good people who help me to research and help me to write my speeches where they are written. Most of my speeches are not written. They are usually extemporaneously delivered. That has its dangers, but if you read a lot and you think deeply on things, then you should be able to handle speaking extemporaneously. Someone said, please be respectful and patient in the chat. I believe I've been patient, and I believe I've been very respectful. Being respectful is my nature. Yeah. Oh, there's a question here. We need more houses in Montego Bay where young people can afford. Yes. So in my speech last night, I mentioned Sunday, I mentioned that we're going to use the urban incentive legislation to incentivize the construction of affordable housing in proximity to certain urban centers. And I did mention that St. James will be one of those areas. See, there's a big argument about the PMP's promise of 500,000 to young people, $1 billion, 500,000. So that's 2,000 youngsters between 18 and 39. There are more than 40,000 people who would qualify for that. How are you going to select 2,000? It doesn't make sense. The real problem is, as you have said, there's just not enough houses being constructed that are either affordable or achievable. And what we want to do is to deal with the problem from the supply side, from the construction side. And therefore you have to give the incentives to the developers and contractors so that they can build more of the houses you want to build, which is the affordable or achievable housing. So what we plan to do is to designate certain areas that we want to be redeveloped. And these could be in apartments and studios and so forth. And if someone makes the investment to, let's say, convert a property into studios or, create one-bedroom apartments, then their tax rate would be significantly different, if not zero, depending on what the final incentive is. And in addition to that, we have said that if a young person uses their NHD benefit, because if it's an NHD scheme, you could get 100% financing, or you could use your NHD benefit to purchase the house. And if you use your NHD benefit to purchase your first home, which may be a studio or a one-bedroom, we're saying to you, you can sell it back to the NHD, and that unit would go into the pool to be resold to another set of young people, but you would qualify for your original benefit to be able to purchase the new home that matches your new circumstances. And I think that is a far more practical approach to dealing with housing for young people. In addition to what we have said, is that we're going to make an allocation of 15% of all the houses that we construct for our young people. So I think our position is far more practical. Somebody says too many people want to live in the town areas. That's the definition of a town or urban center. It's an area where the density and concentration of the population is high, and it's good to have, because it cuts transportation costs. It provides the labor that is needed. It's better to have that concentration. But I like suburbs and the rural areas as well. So yeah, we want to have the population properly proportioned throughout the country. So we are in Mapen, and there is a nice little crowd here to greet us, and this is just a lime, not a big meeting or anything like that. It's just to say thank you to the people of Mapen who has been with us for a long time, and we want to show them some love and that we respect them. So I am going to be putting my head back out that sunroof. It was lovely talking to you, and I now turn you over to your moderator, Kim.
Check. Labor rights. Hold on. Listen to me now. Hold on. Stop the blowing of the horn. Stop blowing the horns and listen. I beg you, please to stop blowing the horns a minute. We have to finish before 12 midnight. That is the law. So we need your cooperation. At this time, I am going to invite my friend, colleague, former mayor of Kingston, and your next member of parliament, Delroy Williams.
We choose Jamaica! We choose the Jamaica Labour Party!
Guys, that's who come out.
Labour rights, calm down. As you all are aware, we have to finish by midnight.
No shirts.
So we have to move quickly. Mic check.
Really?
Mic check.
Oh my God.
Are you hearing now?
I'm good. How are you?
Labor rights! All right, you're hearing? All right. We have to move quickly. But we have already said that some of the issues here in central Clarendon will be addressed. The most honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you.
Mic check.
Labor rights. 1, 2.
No shirts. Sorry guys, I was trying to distribute some achievements and manifestations.
1, 2.
I'm coming out now.
1, 2.
Oh, thank you.
1, 2.
Alright, I'm going out and I'm going up on the Yep. Well, some in here, so but we'll leave those.
Issues that we will address after this election. We have the issue of water. Reliable access to water. The Prime Minister has spoken about this over and over again. It's a big issue for us. For the people of Pleasant Valley, Sevens Heights, Brooks Common in Treadlight, Brooks Common, and other areas that are having New Longville, the water issue. We will work diligently to address those issues. The issue of land ownership is another big issue in many areas across central Clarendon. Those are issues that we have already started to address. The issue of the Mapen town. Prime Minister, I know you have been redesigning towns all over. This is a town that has outgrown the demand that is placed. So this is a town, most people refer to as a one Main Street town. The town, the parish is growing, the demand on the town is growing, and Prime Minister, I believe the town is something that the government has to look at in terms of redesigning this town. So thereby, I ask you, on election day, on Wednesday, come out in your numbers, put the X beside the day, for JLP, for General Williams, for the Prime Minister of Jamaica to continue to perform and to grow and develop and build this country, Jamaica. We are pleased with the government. We are pleased with the administration of the Honorable Andrew Holness. So on election day, we are asking you to come out in numbers that you have never come out in before to show the Prime Minister that you are well pleased with his governance and the state of this country.
Thank you. Thank you, fella. You have a right to have one question to ask you. Are you pleased with Andrew Holness?